Okay, so today it's all about migrating the website from using AWS SCS, for which I've been denied production access despite a very detailed and very careful plan with all unsubscribe, spam report, um, whenever a spam report generate out them, unsubscribe them, and so on and so forth. I could have looked at various APIs to send emails, but I think the easiest and cheapest way to start is just to use Gmail, which has a limit of 500 emails per day. But not going to send email campaigns. This is just transactional emails for now. Should be fine. If I were ever to outgrow, I will switch to a service, an API email or something, or a paid service. But for now, it's fine. So my first step is to create a test Gmail function, so a test email. So everything is hard coded. Let's say here budget pilot, but everything is hard coded, and I want to send this email. So for that, I had to create an app password for Gmail, which you do in you just search for Google App Passwords. So Google App Passwords, and the first or second result, probably both are okay. No, this is a support link. Okay, the second one is where you actually create those app passwords. So after signing in, you can just write the name of the app. In this case, I wrote SMT firebase, and then it just generate a password for you. That's the only thing they ask you, the app name. And it's basically a password that allows an app to act on your behalf on your account. So I saved those in env variables, and also in the firebase functions was called, there is a name for that. It's a kind of environment for firebase functions. Let me find where it was. Yeah, so we'll have to delete this. We're using secret manager for AWS keys. I won't need those anymore. This is an old build, it doesn't matter. I kind of lost it. Okay. I have them saved in the M file, but that contains passwords too, so I move it off the screen. Let me see, env. There you go. So it's basically Firebase functions config set. Let's open Z. Okay. Okay, so like this, we're doing this, we'll set some secrets. It's not really like the best thing to store secret is secret manager, but for quick and easy is with the Firebase functions. Config is, I think it's kind of setting some kind of environment variables, even though it's not quite the same because you access them differently. If I find windsurf again, Right. Um, where I retrieve those? Oh yeah. So from here in the config.js, let's have a look. I check if it's running on the emulator. If it is, then I use .env, and then right, I don't know why is this in two steps. Mhm. So if it's an emulator, it gets the environment variable. Otherwise, it gets from this defined strings that comes from functions parameter. V2 has suggested, is it off the screen? Yeah, slightly. V2 has suggested here does not exist. So I have to use V1. Hopefully it's fine to use to mix this V2 and V1 functions because I'm using V2 functions. If not, we'll see if it's not fine. So next is let's try to commit what I got. I put .env in and git ignore. Go to the root. There you have it. So what was that? Push main. What did I do? Git ignore. Let's check my changes. So let's create a branch first. Oh, I already got a branch. Okay. So the git ignore as env added. Okay. Package JSON. I did some goofy things, so let's double check that I didn't add anything that I didn't meant to add because before I added some global packages, I forgot to add -g, so they went inside the project. I removed them, but let's double check if there's anything forgotten. Okay, so this is just some move stuff around. Version update here. Not mailer and .env. Yes, build update. Okay, this one looks good. So let's add it. So also share packages on is changed. Some version upgrade. Okay, nothing a minor version. What else? Let's go also to the main packages on since we are at it. Types node prettier minor version upgrades. Okay. So let's do npm install just for safety. Should be fine. I've done it before. Okay. Add the package lock. Now the git ignore we already reviewed. And then there is the example m file. Let's keep it, remember what are the variables to be defined. And then config, we just see maybe can be optimized a little bit to not repeat the same identifier. Let's do that. Let's ask Gemini. So let me make this inside the screen. Yeah. Kind of like this enough. Let's ask, can I do Control L? Yes. In at config ts. Yeah, so that's the one. I am using multiple times, twice, the same identifiers and the password for Firebase functions params, and environment variables. How can I avoid repeating the names? They are identifier names. Okay, that should be a super simple request. Maybe I didn't know it. I'm not sure how to switch mode. This was enough for Flash. It's a very simple request. I don't know how to get environment variables as a string because here they are like dot. Probably I can use bracket notation, but I never done it. I'm not sure. Yeah, the bracket notation. Okay, you're right. That's a good point. I will refactor conflict. He has to be more concise and avoid this repetition. Oh, it comes out as I've never done that. It comes a new thing called string param. Interesting. I know there is another repetition that I didn't catch, but the Gemini code, which is this if condition, which is can be refactored correctly as a get config value. So that we could do is emulator can even be done in line like that, but if it's fine too, it's not about squeezing as fewer line of code, but about readability. And this is readable. Uh, so process env param name, that was the trick. That's the only thing I actually needed, but I went a little bit beyond. Otherwise, a param value. This comes as a string param. Ah, so we always build a string param, so it's kind of optimized for function use. And where this Gmail param is defined here, define string. Um, I would have defined a string and use it here instead. Define the string param, which is the output of define string, which I was using already without knowing, because this is already a string param. Yeah, set. But I didn't need to import it because it was inferred. Now it's importing because correctly it's setting it here. Okay, I'm very happy about this change. I thoroughly understood it. Took my time, so let's allow it. Okay. Ooh, okay, there is a problem already. So the thing is string param is actually does not exist. Not there at least. We already know it exists. It's just not there. Ah, it is there. It declares locally but is not exported. Interesting choice. Why did not export it? How can I switch model here? Let me check in a second. Help. So add the context, add to specify files context. Okay. Shell mode with the exclamation mark. Okay. About version info. Auth, change the auth method. I'm using the API key. Bug report. Manage conversation history. Save. Ah, I didn't know that. So you can save and reload checkpoint. Does it mean I can also save multiples and have different conversation, or I just checkpoints in the same conversation? Not sure. Clear, clear the string conversation instance. Okay, okay. Which is semi as Control L. Compress. Okay. Corgi mode. Was that something funny, like a dog? I really want to know now. What the heck is Corgi mode? What is Corgi mode in Gemini CLI? Oh, there is also in the collab. Oh, okay, we found that. Adds animated corgis in the head. It's probably the same. This is about collab, but they thought this is a great feature. Let's put this feature also in Gemini. Oh, I've got to activate it right now. How did I not know before? You know, one of those things, fun ones. Nothing, apparently nothing happened. Not here. Don't know. Maybe in the initial header. Okay, that's the initial header. Is this something in the response? Well, I gotta ask you, what is and waste some? No, no. That is gonna waste some usage that we don't want. Let's do that in the browser so we don't waste um, usage. We don't waste requests. What is corgi mode in Gemini CLI? Maybe I didn't understand. It's a non-answer. It's a known answer. It just says it doesn't know what corgi mode is in short. Ah, okay. I think it's just something funny. Dogs, maybe some animated dogs. I don't see them. Um, okay. Editor, external extensions. I didn't know about that too. MCP list. Okay, let's see this list. What MCPs we. Oh, okay. Open a web page. Okay. No time to delve into it now. I want to see how to switch the engine. I don't think it's possible though, yeah? Memory, privacy notice, quit, stats. Oh, model, specific usage. So you can switch the model some way. Otherwise, how would you say models? And I see Gemini 5, 2.5 Pro only, right? We are here, tools, theme, not changing now into, and then keyboard shortcuts, shell command, nothing. We chose default. Let's go with dark. Small difference. Okay, so how to switch? Okay, see if we can answer this one at least. How to switch model in Gemini CLI? It's using Gemini Pro by default. Can I use Gemini Flash for some questions? So it has to done at launch time because they have different memory, something you can do in the middle of a chart. Sometimes fallback for flash. Uh-huh. So, all right. So these are the two identifiers I can use. So this is Gemini 2.5 Pro. I quit Gemini and I can do Gemini-M Flash if I want to and use Flash as much as I can. And then when it fails, use Pro instead. Okay. So you know what I do? I will create two aliases to start in Flash uh, uh, and uh, and Pro mode. Can you switch model in the middle of a chat, or do you always have to quit to and relaunch to switch models? Which seems the case, but just confirming. Yeah. Enable switch mid conversation. Yeah, I understand that. All right, so this we got two command lines there. Let's create an alias. I think I have aliases in my ZSHRC. Hold on, see if I can put this inside. Yeah, kind of. Nice. Um, yeah, maybe I can. Maybe it's okay. Okay, ZSHRC. Go to where the alias are. If I can spell it right. Right, let's add a few aliases, two aliases. Alias Gemini Flash should spell it out. I'm trying to keep it short, but there is autocomplete. So let's do Gemini Flash add, we'll put it later, and alias Gemini Pro. That okay. Let's copy those Flash here. The both are different. That's great. So I put here Gemini Flash, and for Pro, this one. Excellent. So this requires a restart of the shell. So let's close here Gemini. Let's close the shell 2, open a new shell. I could have done source ZSRC as well. But in this way, I really check that it works on next execution correctly. So what I'm gonna do, we're gonna do Gemini. Right. Yeah. I'm just trying the autocomplete. Autocomplete. Yeah, it's okay. And then I do Flash. Okay, so let's use. Oh yeah, of course. My home. Thanks. That's a good. That's a good. Um, a good warning. Dev. We're gonna go 2025. I need to move this, man. So long I say that. Okay. Because I see I do so many projects that don't, just experimenting, and then to keep it clean, I put it them by ear. But but I have the app instead in a different folder. They want them alongside. Either I put them both in 2025, or say I put them close together in a dedicated folder, maybe. Don't know. Not important now. So let's start Gemini Flash. Nice. Right, so we know we can hit a little bit more harder here, and if it fails, we go to Pro. We won't ask any complicated refactoring on Flash. So going forward with these files, we want to test this thing, does it work or not? Just sending a test email. Let's see, config TS, that's safe, is the one we just changed. Yep. All right. And finally, test email TS is this file, is also new file. And it's just everything hard coded. We just try. Right. Are we gonna even try it? Okay, let's do this. Let's start to add and try a deployment. Oh, let's commit. And the commit message being trying to send. Trying to send email with Gmail. Okay, that's fair enough. Okay, this created a branch. Yeah, one more thing I'm thinking is just the main. We are behind main by one commit because of just a dependency upgrade. So maybe we can create the PR, update the PR right away. It should detect that no conflicts. Merging can be performed. That's true. Okay, let's try to do it here. If I do git fetch all, nothing comes. If I go check branches, which I have to go here, I think first to the main project, two branches. It's not behind. Okay, so I was wrong. It means okay. So we have the latest main. Okay. Stand corrected. So we are updated branch. That's good. What is this one problem? Module. Ah, yeah. We still have that problem. Shit, I forgot. This is surely a question that is good enough for Flash. It's simple enough for Flash, or at least to attempt. So let's try to feed this to Flash. And we are gonna say in config TS, we'll just say config TS, and then autocomplete will suggest all the folders. That's really neat. I am importing. So you know nothing about the previous conversation. I have to explain. String, let's say I did it. No need to blame Gemini. String param on line 1. However, yep, I get, okay, module. Firebase string param sticker, but it's not exported. That is not really. Okay, yeah, you can leave that. You know that there is another way to do that without requiring string param and without requiring Gemini. Sometimes it's good to ask the question to Gemini just to think about things. And that's one of those cases where I have a better solution myself. Let's make this param name and let's make it a simple string. We don't need simple string param like before. Now we can use param name directly without doing param name. Yeah. And if we get here, that's when we build the param. So this defines string. So copy one of them. We use param name. There you go. So at that point, Gmail use param, let's call it param name, and we just pass a simple string. And I like this more actually, and param password. Okay. I I removed the for production thing because I just removed the old comment. It's kind of stupid. Um, okay, because I want to keep the same names in production and local, of course. All the style is already uppercase here, so it just keeps the same style. This is a local parameter. Okay, so I think we're good now. Yep. All right, I like it. So besides, that means that the last build should have failed. Yes, correct. Because because of a different reason. What's that? A request used by not in a different file. Line 14 in this file. Oh, request. Yeah, because I need it later. Or, or just say request. And later I will remove the underscore. Okay. Okay. So let's commit and push this little fix. And now new pipeline trigger execution, GitHub Actions is running. Coffee finish. I know, one sip. One sip of coffee. One sip of cold coffee. Okay. I'll take that. Nice, 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 nice. We work. The thing is, we can check also locally. But to check locally, now it's on call with this. And force up check through. So it means I will not be able, because of upcheck, to call it locally at all. This is an old execution, yeah? Or is this the new one? Hold on, I'm confused. Yeah, it's the new one. Also failed. Oh, it's same. So it doesn't let me do that, not even with the underscore. Just I don't know. I will remember. I'm too scared to forget. But I don't need to be. I just need to look at any other function, not schedule, but any other function. They all have this request. Sometimes checking the authentication. In this case, we don't need, but it does check the app check passes. Let's commit this fix. This fix was just remove request from here because it's unused. Under underscore didn't wasn't sufficient. Nice. So this will trigger a new build. So now the next problem is even these builds I will be able to deploy and we can check it live. We could, but we only with calling it from Svelte. The oh, you have to change the goal. Still a firebase app check. It's not. We've done this goal. Good. The goal now is Gmail. Uh, Sending an email with Gmail, which is like it sounds dumb, but programmatically sending via Gmail. Say this. We have to keep it short and sweet. Okay. Mm. Okay, this worked. So the problem is because app check is always true. I'm thinking also another thing. Then we won't be able to call it locally. It should be false for local and true for production. So we'll be able to call it from a function from the shell to test. The other thing I'm thinking is that now we have this config file, it kind of makes sense to conflate this together, put this in config. It is configuration indeed, and config is quite small. And also we will need this is emulator thing to say true or false and enable app check or not. So let's do that. We just delete it from here, only the Brave. What I don't like is this little mess here. So we need also the import here, of course. Let's get the import too. Nice. And we can delete this file. Delete. This will cause some errors, or already the errors are there since I moved the actual function. Um, nice. So now I realize, okay, I don't like all this code like this, but I just realized I don't need this constants at all because we define a variable here and use it, so we can just pass this quite as easily and remove that. Okay, yeah. Okay, so that's a little bit more tidy. Also, I don't like star imports, so let's fix that too. Okay, let's accept this suggestion. So we check emulator, then emulator config, then we define these two functions, two exports. Yeah, that I don't like it too much to export single variable. Maybe it should be in a config object. Okay. Maybe let's do that. Just deleting the email. Okay. Um, what shall we do? Let's create a config object. Should config object have also those functions, option, everything? Maybe. So there is only one export here. Maybe. Export config equal. Oh, we have a problem. Yeah, const is a good idea, but we have our config is already defined there. App config, slightly longer. Yes. So let's remove the exports here. And you know what? We don't need those lines anymore as well. We're breaking a lot of stuff and we'll fix it. Gmail user can be done here. And password can be done there. I think it would be suggested, but not coming up yet. Let's do it by hand. And delete it. Okay, so let's look at the file now. If it's emulator, we config.amp. And we have this utility function get config value. Okay. Then we have base function options and web app. Web app will have app check only if it's not emulator. So if it's live. So let's do that. Nice. So now we can call the function locally. But now we broke things in all the handlers. And that's the only location where we broke. Starting from here. Now from config, we just have to import app config. Yes. And we don't need this anymore. Cloud function doesn't even exist anymore. Yes, app config Gmail user, app config Gmail password, app config. And I start to feel app config as a bit clunky. Let's rename it to CFG then. CFG. And you know what? I will also rename this file to CFG. Yep. CFG. And also I will rename this to web function options instead of web app functions option. Base function option, web function options. Looks good to me. Looks good to me. Okay. So let's go through all the handlers and fix all of them. Let's import, copy this line because we'll need it. Contact. Okay. Okay, this one is done. Second, switch the import. Nice. Yes, pretty simple change. Then the next. good. Next. Good. This will have to be deleted, but for now, as we didn't fire out AWS SCS completely yet, so it should be there. Schedule doesn't have, it has these options, yeah, which are candidate to be moved there. Also, const is uppercase, should have done the same before. Not sure. That's yeah. So let's copy this. No. Let's close some files so we can find our config somewhere. Nice. Where is it? Here. Okay. Yeah. Scheduler options. We can need that import. We don't need on schedule. Scheduler option. And schedule options. To remove that, we import from CFG and change that to schedule options. Okay, that looks good. That makes a lot of sense. So we have a file loader configuration. And now we're done that, we have to go on test Gmail, already updated. Toggle delete, not yet. Right, let's accept this change. And also change the already, that's good. Unsubscribe. Let's wait for the suggestion, I think it will be good. Let's put it here. Yep. Good. Unsubscribe is on base function options because there's no object verification. And same here, in this case, web function option. Okay. Nice, so it's a bit streamlined. It's good change. This was just a refactoring, changed a lot, but just minimally, just formally. We can test it. We can see if the build works, maybe first. Mhm. And we just need to run check here, clean and good. Um, we're in the function folder, correct. Let's start the shell. Yes, npm run shell, which starts the emulator in shell mode. Okay, there is some errors. Oh, yeah, it failed. Um, I don't understand the error yet. Let's see the pipeline worked. The build worked. Okay. So when it starts, It says dynamic require of FS not supported. And it points this to the build function, this line 11. Let's go to see what's there. Oh, it's just the throw. Okay, so we just have to go one back. Main.js, line 104. Oh, nice. It's nice how it goes there. Require FS. Clearly there. I didn't write that code though. I don't remember to have done a require FS anywhere. Well, I would have done an import. What if we do all the source code is an SRC? Let's what if we do grep fs src -r. This will find a lot. Let's have a look just to nothing. Oh, we find nothing. Well, that's interesting. How this even happen? Is .env doing that? Sure. I suspect the .env package doing that, or the dot package, how's it called? Oh, hold on, bundling function. I have to be careful with that. Oh, external. Okay, that is good. But hold on a second. I think I think it's probably bundling the env incorrectly. Oh, what's the package name again? The correct name is just dot what? Dot env. Dot env. Okay, let's try and see you first, just to see the version. Yeah, we see the dot env can be greatly upgraded because that was the one suggested initially. Let's do this first. NCU hyphen U. Okay, let's do an npm install. Now, if I do again a run shell, it will still fail. I just try anyway, just to see the situation, because I think the problem is that it's bundling.m, even though it shouldn't, and it's a dev dependency. I have to check my build script because it's probably not bundling the dependencies, but bundling the dev dependency because it's marking as external. Yeah, all of this, which yeah, which come from analyzing dependencies. This is the first. Then we got secret manager. We can remove secret manager. Hold on, later. Let's find our tickets. They are on ClickUp. I need to remember things. There's already a couple of things I said. Up backlog. Let's go back to the website backlog. I'm just using the backlog. I don't create a spring or anything. Just moving fast. But check everything with enforcing. Okay, this is good. And all of this has been done. Let's move it to done. Yeah. Delete the main event functions and firebase collection. Yeah. Enable app checking forcing is now done too. So the other thing that I just said I should do after deleting mail event info function is also remove the use of it's called secrets. What's called secret? Forgot. Secret manager. Remove secret manager code and dependency and the secrets o- in the console and the secrets in the console. It's kind of obvious. Okay. That should be enough to remember. Now going back to here, it's cool that it tells me what is marked as external, but even more interesting it would be to see what is actually bundling. And maybe it's too much to mention, but let's have a look at the build script. So there is the build script, the build MJS, but let's check this too. Yeah, this only does clean build the shared package and calls this script, which I can't click on. So let's open it. This pushes manually this and that. Uh-huh. It marks the external package dependencies. What I want to say is, should we add also dev dependencies there or not? Are they bundled? How can we figure that out? So I just go to this list. How big is this list? Oh, there you go. Let's see, we have answers. So because they have this .env and the user file system, yeah, we know for sure that's .env doing that. So I mark by hand this GPRC JS. Where is it used? Nowhere. So it's like a transitive dependency, let's say in um, the lock file. Where is package? It's not here because we have the package log is only at the top level. Okay. So do we have that at all? Yes. Um, There's a transitive dependency of Firestore apparently. Well, there is a very simple way to do this is to just do external push.m, but I was trying to find, and we tried that first. I was trying to find a more, um, yeah, yeah, maybe also FS, but maybe it's already transitive. Um, a more stable solution is probably to also add dependencies here, but let's check first what happens now. Oh, it works. It works. All right, that's interesting. Um, let's try that. Control D. Let's ask Gemini Flash. Oh, we don't need to do that anymore. Yep. This question we don't need to ask. 1 hour. Okay. Nothing to show yet, but getting close. So in at build MJS, I had to exclude manually. Let's be more specific. Yeah, that's enough. The env because when bundled, Let's go back to get the error. Run shell. That's the error. But let's put it back as well because I said I excluded. Okay. I was getting the error. I was getting the error. This error, which is resolved by marking .env as external. Okay. The question is, on line 8, I have a way to exclude all main production dependencies from boundary. .env is clear a dev dependency. Being dev.env a dev dependency, why is it bundled at all? And should I exclude also all dev dependencies automatically, same as main devs dependencies to avoid such problems in the future? Gemini Flash, can you do that? .env package is a dev dependencies, meaning it's standing for development environments and not typically bundled for production. It's doing something else. Hold on. The reason it was bundled in the SBuild bundle, I mean, the reason why it was bundled is that yes, build bundle anything that is imported by your entry points, unless explicitly marked as external. Since .env was a dev dependency, it was automatically added to external list. Instead of external, so the dev dependencies which could hide it. Yeah, the best approach is to ensure that dependencies such are not imported. But I need firebase cloud function have their own mechanism. So I don't need .env, isn't it? I will now search for .env import, identify where it's being used, removing its usage. Okay, I'm glad I asked because I already had a solution, but this is a better solution. Okay. .env is imported only in config. Yes. This is the source of bundling issue, correct? And it's a runtime error. I need to blow my nose. Wait. Slowly. What it says. Okay, we are here. The source of boundary issues and runtime error. I will now read the content of CFG to understand its usage and then remove .env import and related code. After, I will have remove .env from the external array. Okay, that's correct. The .env functions is causing the bundling error because .env attempts to access the file system, which is restricted in Firebase Cloud Functions. Even though config is only called in the emulator, config. Yeah, that's true. Oh, so that Flash is doing pretty good actually. Yeah? The mere presence of an import load leads to the issue when bundled. To resolve this, we remove the .env import and the conditional config call from config ts. For local emulation, environment variables should be set directly in the shell or via separate script that runs before the emulator, rather than relying on .env within the function's code. After this, I will remove .env. So we have a problem because now I will need to find how to set them. They are in env. I'm sure there is a way from the shell to do that, or I can make that a shell script. Yeah. Right, so I understand these changes, but they will create a new problem. Removing .env, fine, happy with that. Removing the external, remove the .env package from package.json. No, you forgot that's one step. Remove the .env package from package.json. Okay, let's do it myself. What's he doing? Status add. What is he doing? I don't understand. General depends. Now commit these changes. What is committing the whole diff as commit message? No, it's just doing git log. I didn't see any commit. Ah, no. Git add. So did change function package JSON. Whoa, I got a lot of errors. What are those? Let's see what happened. We got a build in progress, I think, if the commit worked. No. Let's see what heck has happened. Oh, we didn't push, that's why. Let's push. Right. So after pushing, we'll have a build in progress. We'll have a build in progress. There you go. And let's check the last commit because I was unsure what actually happened. Go to this branch. Let's check the commits. That was the last commit. No, it isn't. Oh, that's the last commit. And the diff is here. Okay. So I don't think the .env was removed at all. In fact, it's still here. Yeah, let's remove .env too. Let's do an npm install and another commit. Okay, so we also removed .env, but now we have the problem. How do you set it to the environment variable? Mm. I now have environment variables that I need for local execution saved in .env file, which is not committed. I think we got a failure, did we? I got an email. Yep. So we gotta deal with that first. Oh, it's just a formatting thing, isn't it? Looks fine to me. npm run format. Nothing changed because format is not touching MJS files, I think. Let's go check. Package JSON format dot mjs. Okay, npm run format. Package JSON is modified. Why we did the format there? Oh yeah, we modified because we edited it, of course. And MJS modified because it needs to be modified. And let's see how. Oh, just remove the line. That's. There was just an extra line here. Okay, let's commit those. And hopefully the next build should work. Okay, we still have the original problem, which I was going to ask. I now have environment variable that I need to read for local execution saved in the .env file, which is not committed. As you said, they should be in the global environment, if it's called like that way, the shell environment. Instead, shall I convert the .env environment into a shell script and then execute it before shell and serve, running the emulator in general. By changing those two lines in package JSON. If I do package JSON, I'll have a few, I mean functions package JSON. I click enter or tab. I go for tab. Yep. Probably enter would work too, but I'm afraid to send a message. Can you show me how to do it also with sample shell script? setting where's Gemini now? The variables defined in and example don't use the real values in which are secrets. Just use the and example dummy values, please. Hopefully it doesn't mess up. Okay, that should be enough. Right. Yeah, so you're right. It's best practice to set environment variables in the shell for local emulation rather than relying on .env within the function code. Here is how you can convert your env variable into a shell script and package JSON. Create a shell script, example setenv.sh, okay? This script will export the environment variables. Remember to keep this file out of version control as it contains sensitive information. So I will do an example. Do there. For the example, use dummy value from the env example. Okay. Modify functions package JSON. I will update the server and shell script to source. Source, yeah. Set env script before running the firebase commands. Here is how I will modify package JSON. That's not true. That's how you modify setenv. um, okay, so we need that to allow that. We'll do maybe that next. I will write a set executable. Okay. Now I modify package JSON. Okay. So yeah, that's that to be in the same environment, so it's available for both the build and the emulator. Okay, happy with that. I've created functions and the script and updated packages and to source it from the running emulator commands. Now when you run npm server or npm run shell, from the functions directory, the environment variable defined inside env will be loaded in your shell environment for the duration of the command. Sounds good. I will now commit these changes. No, don't do that. Okay, that's saved. So now let's take stock of the situation. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is create a new script here called set env example sh or sh example or just example sh. Yeah, to keep the extension. So we don't need that. Okay, we can copy this in the example. Why didn't I copy the shebang? Okay, so that states can be committed. We have to mark env.sh, which hasn't been done, as in the git ignore, so it's not committed. I could have a git ignoring function, but if I use the same pattern anywhere else, it would make sense to be done everywhere, so I will do it here. Yes, but I can also say just env. So that looks good now. And now I need to put in env sh real values. So I have to do that off the screen. Put that in a next screen. And I can now delete env example and env. So I'm doing that. Okay. So that's one. So now we can get the env file. I have example already deleted, isn't it? Yeah, the env file. Can delete all the comments. I get this content of the env file. I put this in env sh, correct? And I put the real values in those variables. Nice. So now I can delete the env file. I can close the file with the secrets, and so I can put this back in view. Okay. So now I deleted the env file, but it doesn't show in the commit because it was already excluded. I could remove env from git ignore, .env from git ignore, but can be safely kept just in case I use it in the future. So we leave it there and we can commit. Okay. Git commit and push. This should be all working okay. Okay, that's a new build. But now we should be able to do npm run serve shell and be able to try finally to send email because we disable app check and we have the environment variables that should be loaded. Okay. So the the function that we want to call is the new handler, which is here in handler, which is a temporary handler, will be deleted to just send a dummy email. Test. Oh, the handler itself should be called test Gmail, but I failed. I call it send email. Doesn't matter. Let's call it send email then. So just call it like a function. And it doesn't work. Oh, I know it doesn't work. Why it doesn't work? Because I didn't include it in index.ts. So since we are at it, let's change the name to be consistent with the file name test Gmail. Maybe should have capitalized because it's Google. Maybe like that. Let's do that too. Which is a bit silly to do because I have to delete this file. But okay. Now in index, we can import it. Already included. Why is it already included? I don't see it. Only in case. Where's the other test Gmail? Test G. No, 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 no. So this is, I think this is Windsurf going crazy. So let's quit it and relaunch it. Okay, the build worked. That's good to know. It went crazy because I renamed the casing and it couldn't detect anymore correctly. Let's wait for confirmation. Yeah, it should have loaded by now. Hmm. Whoop. uh, yeah, fix the chair. Okay. And a little bit higher. Where is it? Oh, yeah. Right. Very good. Very good. Try again. Now it's called test Gmail with that capitalization. npm run shell. Yep, he found it already. Ooh, whoa, 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 whoa. It failed. Request body is missing data. Okay, this is the first time I call a non-call function from the shell. Maybe I need to pass data thing there. I don't know. So let's figure that out. Because if it was on request, that would have worked. Hey, you know what? I can try that first. If I make it convert it to a on request temporarily, or even forever, because it's just a test. Wait, what's that saying? Ah, yeah, if it's on request, not a function, but you get request response. Well, it's still a function. Was he complaining again? But then you, my God, let's go back to on call. Let's ask the original question first. Oh yeah, back to on call. So when you do on call, we are going from until here, yeah. When calling test Gmail from Firebase emulator shell, I get the following error. How to call it correctly? Yeah, the missing data. I don't know how to pass it, so let's have a look. Ah, just an empty square braces. Ah, okay. Well, it doesn't explicitly use request data. Yeah, it's commenting out. On call function still expects a data argument, even though it's an empty object. Firebase emulator will directly call test. Okay, so that's as simple as that. What's he doing? No, 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 no. Stop it. Okay, so what we have to do is do again a shell because it's an on-call function. Instead of calling it normally, we just open and close parentheses. We also have to add braces for the data, which is really interesting because it will be easy to pass data as well after. Test Gmail. So just put the braces in and try again. Return undefined, which is probably to be expected because it didn't return anything, but it still gives the same error. Actually, you should not return undefined because there are two returns here. Let's check a second more. Okay, I'm happy with these changes, by the way. What changed here? On call? Ah, the name, and the import. Okay, I'm happy with changes. Let's add them. But I still have the same error. Okay, the error request body is missing data persists even with test Gmail braces. Suggest a deeper issue with on-call functions being invoked from the monitor shell or a misconfiguration related to cause or app check. Hmm. No, no, it's not app check because it's I have false there. Then I will check cause. Not even using it because I'm not using it here because on call does not handle score cause. Yeah. If the environment is set to no, I think you're on the wrong. You're barking at the wrong tree. If a base emulator is designed to simulate client calls, might not, and especially app check. Hold on a second. I am. I think you're totally on the wrong tree, and so let's see if that's true. Maybe you're right. Yeah, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt, but one way to figure that out is this. And just to view it better. Um, yeah, I don't know. So if I go back here, is this even loaded? Let's run it again. Yeah. Is emulator comes from function emulator. Functions emulator is already provided by the shell environment. To confirm this, I added a console log in CFGTS. So that console log is this, and the output is this one, which includes, which is not enforcing up check as expected. Maybe I shouldn't argue with Flash and switch to Pro at this point. The enforce up check false output, yeah, I can put this back. I'm afraid I'm gonna show, oh God. Okay. The enforce up check false output confirms the function emulator is correctly set. Despite passing a suggested on call isn't receiving the payload from the emulator shell. So, you know what I'm gonna do? Yeah, maybe it's a good try. Okay, that makes sense. Any won't work. It should be unknown. Observe the I would put something there too. So let's go to my test Gmail. I don't think I can even, let's remove the console log here, which was just to check. Let's close this, run it again. Right. Um, where is the shell? Oh, here you go. Test Gmail. I want to pass some data. So we say it's a JSON data. Oh, let's call it something else, not data. It's already data there. Payload 12. Nice. Yeah, I don't think it even get there. I faced before. So this type with any, uh, I'm not so too happy about it because this still already get a callable request. Type anyway. So what I'm gonna do is switch mode to Gemini Pro. So let's start. Let's check also our usage. 2 hours gonna reset. Yeah, I got this in Edge because it's a different Google account. And it's called quotas. I like to keep this in view all time so I know how much I can use. Oh, so Gemini Flash is unlimited? That's good to know. But there is a request limit. Okay, per model per day. And it's 250. Okay, so it's pretty big. However, we have to use Pro now, so make this small. We are in the right folder. Gemini Pro. Oops, what was that? Probably doesn't matter, but just to be safe. Okay, so I am trying to call a function in the emulator shell, an on-call function. App check is disabled for local execution, emulator execution in CFG. Let's be specific. The function I'm trying to call is test Gmail defined in test Gmail. Nice. I run the emulator with the shell, emulator shell, npm run shell, and then I type the following and got the error below. So I copy the whole block now. Until here, let's copy. What am I doing wrong? And how to fix this? Hmm. Should I put data instead? Let's see what Gemini Pro now says. Here it's written Gemini Pro. Not even yet in the view. Okay. Based on the error message, if a spot is missing, it seems the issue is how you're structuring the call to your on-call function in the firebase emulator shell. That's what I thought. Yeah. On-call function expect the post request where the body is a JSON action with a data key. Okay. That's what I thought. Okay. Yeah, that makes more sense than the rubbish that the Flash model was telling me. So basically it's telling me instead of this, you should do this. Let me read again. But can't find the required data field. To fix this, you need to wrap data object with a shell command. This will send a JSON body and correct. Okay. Yeah, yeah. By the way, JSON uses double quotes, but I think here Firebase is happy to convert them. Let's check. Okay, I forgot one more brace. One more set of braces. Okay, we got something, and I got an email, but we also got an error. Okay, let's see, let's see. Slowly, slowly. I got the email. I got the email. That is good. And I got success too, but also some other thing is, let me check. That's good progress. I have to go to Yahoo to check. I sent the email to my Yahoo address. It looks good. First email sent with Gmail, and we got that. And it looks good. There's a lot to do still. My personal address, which is probably fine. It just reads out budget dollar here. There's a personal address. Who cares? It's fine. I can try to send from info. Don't know if that would work. Info at budget pile. But that's a great progress. Okay, let's see what happens here though. Verifications up missing. I just need to pass more data. Yeah, maybe. Um, nice. All right. Now, all right. Now the call worked. However, it prints undefined as the first line. And what is maybe it's something I do? No, because the first thing I print is receive data. So it's um why is that printed? And I also have some verification missing messages I would like to understand. Here is the output. Already getting hungry. Been going for how long? 1 hour and 50 minutes. Not even much. Excellent, the call worked. Let's break down that output. The undefined line. The undefined line you see immediately Let's center this. Okay. The undefined line you see immediately after you press enter is the return value of the function call within the emulator shell itself. The shell is a REPL and it prints the result of every command. Since test.gmail is an asynchronous call, the shell command initiated the call returns immediately with a promise with the shell displays as undefined. Why is it displayed as undefined if it's a promise? Okay. It doesn't wait for, we'll understand that. It doesn't wait for the function to finish the execution on the server. The subsequent lines, okay, because the whole function is then, the promise, no, all is not resolved. Oh yes, it's probably a better idea to throw an error rather than returning false. Yeah. The subsequent lines. I thought promise always a promise, no undefined. So it doesn't have. Anyway, let's check that later. It doesn't wait for the functions to finish executing on the subsequent lines are the logs and the actual response coming back for your functions. Once this is expected. No, it's not. Oh yeah, the verification message. This is a standard debug log from the Firebase emulator and provides information about the security context of the request. App missing indicates that the request didn't include an app check token. Makes sense. This is expected because you are calling it from the emulator shell and you correctly configure enforce app check to be false in the emulator environment. Okay. Auth missing means that the request was not made by an authenticated user. This is not for calls in the shell unless you specifically provide authentication details. Yeah. The key part message callable request area, it confirms that even though the tokens are missing, the request was allowed to proceed, which is exactly what you want during the local testing. In short, undefined verification are not a part of the emulator output and do not indicate an error. Okay. Why does the promise returns undefined? I thought that a promise is not resolved yet, is anyhow still a promise, not undefined. You're absolutely right to be curious about that. Your understanding of promises is correct. In a typical JavaScript environment, like a browser console or a Node.js REPL, an unresolved promise is indeed an object, as you would expect to see something like promise pending logged. However, the Firebase emulator shell is a specialized command line interface and not a standard JavaScript REPL. Here is a breakdown of what's happening. It's a shell command, not a JavaScript evaluation. When you type test Gmail, you aren't directly executing JavaScript function that returns a promise to the shell print loop. Instead, you are invoking a custom command built into the emulator shell. The command's job is to take the arguments, construct a proper HTTP post request, send the request to the function running on the local emulator. I see. So it's just doing a curl request. It's just a convenience wrapper. Nice. Nice. The command itself finishes its task almost instantly. The command is designed to be fire forget from the perspective of the shell main loop. It doesn't have a meaningful return value. So what does it even print undefined if it's always undefined? Don't print it. Asynchronous response handling. Separately, the shell is listing for events coming back for the emulator. As those events arrive over the network, the shell prints them in the console. This is why you see the verification log in your console log and the final response received after the initial undefined. Yeah, okay. Hey shell, please call test Gmail function. Okay, send a message, comment itself return undefined. So if the command itself always always returns undefined since ran asynchronously, is it spelled right? More or less. Uh, why is it even printed? That makes no sense to me. I'm wasting requests, but I'm near to the reset. From a user perspective, printing undefined seems pointless. Is simple design read, test, loop. So you can do that? I didn't know that. It prints hello and also undefined because it doesn't return a value. If you do that, it will print hello. Uh, Okay. So this is incorrect, isn't it? I'm not gonna argue with that. And it returns undefined. Oh, correct, correct. Yeah, I see. So you can also set variables. Now what we want to try is, can I send an email as info budget pilot net or will it fail? So to do that, let's change this line. Let's keep the original and put here info at budget pilot net. It is configured in Gmail whenever allowed from, but I think it may cause troubles. So the only thing we need to do here is send the data, not necessarily anything inside the data. So test Gmail data, and we can send an empty object. That will be good enough. Okay. Receive data, yeah, an empty object, success. Okay, that returns success, doesn't mean it's sent. I didn't see an email coming, not yet. Let's open Yahoo. Yeah, it looks like he's silently discarded. Let's go to Gmail if there is an indication there. Does he go in sent? Oh yes, he goes in sent. I both in sent, which is interesting and kind of nice. Let's see if it's in the spam folder of Yahoo. Folders? New folder, no. Spam? Oh yeah, it's in the spam folder. Interesting. So if I put info budget pilot, yes, deleted, but goes in the spam folder. View as raw message. Um, is interesting because it says domain of gmail.com is a permitted sender, so SPS pass. That setting I have to probably say quarantine, but mm, change that setting in Cloudflare. Maybe if I get sent from localhost is fishy. So Gmail was happy to send a message, but Yahoo marked it as spam. Let's go to Cloudflare. So I read before that using that demarc policy quarantine is suspicious for potential marking as spam. So it doesn't help my case. Uh, maybe it's in DNS. Yeah, it should be a DNS record. That's a record ready, the DMARC record. can you change this dmark record from quarantine to just suppress email, which I think is none. If P is none, are RUA and roof still rough still required? Okay, okay. Yeah, short answer. So let's take this updated record with the quotes and put it there with the quotes. And this will take some time, but let's save it. Okay. So the next question is this email sent from a firebase function using Gmail and a custom domain address info at budget. It will tell me to buy a Gmail for Workspace or something. Pilot net address has two S's. The email it was marked my Gmail account is stevelo@gmail.com, but should allow what is configured to allow info at budgetpilot.net as a sender was marked as spam by Yahoo despite passing SPF. Can you tell me why? And this made it short. Let's copy the whole thing. The mark fail. Mhm. Clearly indicated, okay, but there is a lot of output. Mm, mm, mm. Yeah. You tell sure this. Yeah, from custom domain Google Workspace. Yeah, I knew that. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Uh, uh, uh. So no, I'm not going to do that. I'm gonna ask this question. I know the answer is not possible, but just to double check. My DNS records are in Cloudflare. Can I just update settings there without Google Workspace? And the answer is no, but I'm just double checking. When you send an email from a regular user, are actually doing the sending, might not include, might your SPS what is this? Your SPS record for budget might include SPF Google.com of a return path. Yeah. Without a Google Workspace subscription, cannot generate a DKIMs. Can you just update it? No, not for DKIM. Right. Either you upgrade. Okay, so we're not gonna do that now. I also have a lot of stuff that I can delete because it was for SCS. Example, this three, this one. I will create a ticket. Clean DNS records from SCS related settings. Right, I didn't even have a ticket of what I'm doing now. Send test email with Gmail. This looks like a success. We just have to change this to back to using the Gmail as a form. It's fine, and also have the name budget pilot in front. So that's how we're gonna do, and that works up to 500 email a day, which is perfect. Which is perfect. So we're gonna wrap up this feature. This feature is done because the feature was just send a test email. So let's exit from the shell, commit and push. The test email have everything are coded. We're gonna work through that to use the templates and stuff. I know that would be a problem because I have these handlebar templates, but they are not. Um, they will not be banned. No, not be exported. Maybe I have to use Firebase storage. Firebase storage. Discuss this actually maybe before um, calling it a session, not the only one of the day. I still have quotas to waste here. I use very little Gemini and it resets in less than 1 hour. No, an hour and 15 minutes. So let's first, oh, what oh, the CI failed. That's something to look into. I was going to say let's first merge, but didn't expect a failure right away. Let's see. Is it telling me to use the previous capitalization? That's weird. What? So basically it's telling me to do this. Yeah, this and that, which has been already changed, but not this. Rename this. That is really weird. Okay, let's see if this time works. Mm. Hey, hi, not. What's up, my guy? I see you're working on a budget app. What's the elevator pitch? So, right, this is about supporting multiple currencies, multiple budgets, and now, but now what I'm working at this moment is a website which turned out to be a little nightmare for me because no, I wasn't. Now I can say I can a little bit do front end stuff. So I built this front end, and then I had all this website, and then I had all these functions that allow to join the waiting list and stuff. And I used Google, no, I used AWS SCS to send those emails. And then when I done everything by the letter, when I applied for production access, I was denied production access without an explanation. So that sucks. And I decided to use Gmail to send emails. So that's what I'm working on now. So I send from this is Firebase Cloud Function. And now I just managed to send a test email with everything I had coded just to check if it works. And it did work. And so I'm going from there. The app itself has something to manage budgets, accounts in multiple currencies, but I still have to work on it. Once I finish the website, yeah, they denied me with no explanation. I sent such a detailed plan saying where I kept my users. Then I said I in every email there is the unsubscribe link. and there is the unsubscribe header, so you can also do automatically, like on Gmail, you can say unsubscribe uh, on top. And then I said I listen for events, send bounces and stuff. If there is a permanent bounce, I just unsubscribe and such and such. And they say, no, 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 sorry, denied because it will affect negatively our service, even though this would be like a super low volume as well. If anyone subscribes at all, I don't know. Um, and they denied me. And so I decided to do this with Gmail because you can do it for free up to 500 emails a day, which is like more than enough for me. That's apparently the limit of Gmail. I can't use the custom domain to send them. I send them from my Gmail, but I think it's fine for now. I'm gonna upgrade to a proper email service if this thing makes any money. If it doesn't, I don't spend money. So I have this change now where I did this to send email for Gmail. Just gonna review quickly and merge. So I install Node Mailer for Node. And then I used .env initially, but it didn't work correctly with firebase function, so it was recommended by Gemini to use instead a simple shell script to set environment variables. Then I did some other changes in the configuration, which are reflected here. That's the actual function to send an email, creates a transporter with node mailer, create transport function. Apparently node mailer supports Gmail directly, which is great. So basically maybe it just set the SMTP for you and stuff. Then yeah, this is just temporary stuff. Hard-coded email and just send or fail. Then here I just changed the configuration to use a CFG object to not have too many exported names. So it's just a little refactoring. And that's the new CFG configuration file. That's it. So yeah, I can merge this. The build worked. Yeah, what's up with you? Not what you do? You coder too? Squash and merge. Confirm. Edit branch. The usual stuff now. Check out main. Pull. Fetch all. And delete Gmail send mail. Okay, that's great. So now I can start to migrate some of the other functions and the emails. But yeah, I have a problem. So I have a problem already. This is the one using SES. This is the contact form function. And let's see where it's actually sending the email. This is just this line which calls an external file. Send contact email, gets a client. And the critical part is where it's using the template. I don't know where is this specified. Let's see, from destination content. No, this is not using template. Okay, because it's a contact email, so it's just using. Yeah, I'm a web dev. Still have my day job, but working on a system design interview platform as a side thing. Oh, okay. I would like to take a look, if possible. Yeah, just but the only reason why I don't have my day job is because I have enough side income from other sources. But because I'm doing this on and off for more than a year, I would already failed the test. I'm not even live yet. So I decided that I will try to speed up as much as possible, go live, and probably get a job as well. Otherwise, if it doesn't have any following. So instead this one, you send template email. So these templates are in SES, so it's another problem to solve. But as I found this email, the contact email is different because it's just it's just sending the email directly without any template. So probably that is a good candidate for to be the first one to be converted because it's simpler. So let's do that. Uh, let's suppose we have a new function without deleting the other one for now called send contact email with Gmail, and then I will rename to remove with Gmail afterwards. What is your stack for this system design interview platform? Okay, so let's suppose because everything else is the same. The only thing I have to change here is just this. Instead of doing send contact email, I just have to do, once it works, send contact email with Gmail. Okay, for that I need to import it. Yeah, it's in SES. So maybe I will then, once it's migrated, I will rename this simple email service from AWS to something more generic, either Gmail or email service. Let's do it now. Rename this service just email service. Update imports, yes. Okay. So we still have the problem that these parameters are not expected. Yeah, let's do the same. Dunque, let's reading. Kind of like lead code, except it uses LLM to run a mock interview. Oh, it's interesting. So where it can ask follow-up questions and stuff like that. So let's put these parameters here. So the call should now be the same. And now I don't need to build an SES client or stuff, exactly. Okay, that's nice. Uh, I need to find my test Gmail thing. I would copy the body, let's say, of this thing, which is like sending a hard-coded email. Paste it here. So let's send it in my uh, email address on Google. Can I send a can I send an email to myself in Gmail? I think yes, I think I do. I did it many times. Okay, so that's I just need the transporter too. Okay. I would like to expand it to do more interviews for many technical roles. Oh, that's challenging. Actually, it's probably difficult to figure out if it's doing well if you don't have expertise in those roles. Chemical engineering, civil engineering, and so on. But system design is what I know. Yeah, yeah. I think there to evaluate if it's actually good, you would need someone with knowledge in those fields to give you some feedback. Yes, start with what you know. Yeah, for sure. Okay, so here going on. I need a transporter, so that requires a few imports. The CFG import and the create node mailer import. Okay. Yeah, I will phase out the SCS stuff, but slowly. Okay, and then we need to import also HTTPS error, apparently. The main API of SCS is a bit complicated, but the main API of Gmail, because it's using NodeMailer, is actually simple, right? It can't be any simpler than that, because you need to say from to subject HTML and HTML are the main component, and you need to configure what service you want to use and how it's authenticated, and just send. So I don't know how can it be non-trivial. I think this is simple. The SCS one is much more complicated, but in fairness, is handling much more bouncy stuff. Yeah, it don't handle anything, but I think it's enough for starting. Yeah? And it's handling templates, is doing a lot of stuff that I need this HTTPS error that Gmail does not do. I think Gmail under the hood is just as an SMTP server, wrong place in this file. It's just an SMTP server, so it does only that. Okay, so where was I? Here. Okay, so my send contact email Gmail accept a form data with something. Okay, now maybe here I can say contact form as form, so I know where it comes from. Or budget pile contact form. Okay. So let's see what I put here. Budget pilot subject. Okay, budget pilot contact form from contact name. Where is contact name come from? Like that. Okay, because it's optional. So let's do the same. This two that was test to Yahoo doesn't need to be Yahoo. Can be this, which is my email. Okay. So that's the contact name. We use that to build the subject. This is the subject. Can do it in line. Okay, reading the PR look, there's a lot going on. Well, yeah, but because as I realized a few things while I was doing in the PR, which was I had these configurations scattered in a couple of files, which I put it in a single file, this CFG file. And then I had the problem, so this was two files. And so I decided to export it as a single object instead of exporting every single setting. And then I had I upgraded the dependencies, and there was another thing I can't remember now. But you know, like kind of yeah, because of this change of how the configuration is handled, that impacted every single function, because had to be put the prefix here, change the import. So yeah, it just made the pull request a bit bigger. But now I just this is a fresh new uh, branch. Well, it's still on main, but it will be a fresh new branch. Let's do it now. Check out IFMB. Let's say Gmail contact form. Let's migrate only this one in this branch. Yeah, so I like to have a small PRs, but sometime you find that little extra refactoring. Um, right. So email sent to right. Doesn't make any sense to uh, output that because it's always to myself. So I don't do this. I have logger. Think I have my log or something. Don't remember if I had that. No, just logger info. Nice. Um, right. So I've done that. Just the subject, isn't it? No, not even. Yes, the subject is done. Now the body, yeah, it's just a concatenation of these things as a text message, and I don't have an HTML body because it's just an email to myself with a contact form. So here we can delete HTML and just replace the body with the output of the contact form without the data thing. And that's it, I think. Let me review. I know name is optional, so it can be anonymous. Then we have the contact form sent from myself, but then here the form. Maybe can send it from the user actually sent, but maybe this will impact the deliverability. So maybe leave it like that. The only thing I have, the email is here. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Let's review again. SCS client, no need. Email from, okay, destination. Subject, body is okay. This configuration for SCS not necessary. Tags not necessary. Okay, we can delete this function. Nice. We can test it, I guess. So to test it, let's try to commit first. Why? Ah, because they rename SCS to email again. That caused changes a bit everywhere. Okay. Every handler uses email is now changed. Allora, sending contact form emails with Gmail instead of SCS. No need to say that. Okay, nice. So I'm because this contact form is using this. Yeah, I can still test locally maybe. Yeah, I can test locally. So to test locally, I can run the emulator, the firebase function emulator, npm run serve, and then run the front end with npm run dev bit. Okay. So that's already started, but the firebase emulator takes a little bit more, but it's also already started. Okay. Yep, looks good. So let's go to the site. Not this one, this is a live one, but the local host one. 5173. Okay. And go to the contact form, which is hidden here. Name is optional, but put hello as a name, doesn't matter. Something as email. cock. Yeah, the app is not launched yet. Do you have a demo? Yeah, so I have not yet even there, but I have added this apply as a tester button. But as I'm migrating the email from SES to Gmail, and I don't have production access on SES, and we never have, I will start to do that and when this works. But I also have to look into, it's very complicated, the whole thing. I have to look into Firebase app distribution for that, which I don't know much, but is something about, so I will have to delve into it. But is making the distribution of the tester painless, because right now I'm already deploying to the Play Store in internal testing mode. That works, and I can get that on my phone. I'm using it on my phone every day, no problem. Um, but it's a pain. It's a pain to distribute that, enable, then it forgets. I don't know. So I would like to also have Crashlytics here for um, monitoring crashes. And it's very stable now. It didn't have a crash in a long time. But you know, as it will go on different devices, probably we start to get crashes. So I have to look into this. So I have to do two things to be able to make other people join. One is finalize this migration to Gmail, which will be done in a day or two. And second, look into this app distribution thing. Then I can do a message test email feedback from the contact form, and I don't know, just to make it longer. Send. Ha ha ha. It didn't work. Unauthenticated. Interesting. I didn't expect that. Let's see why is that. I do it again to see the error. That is okay. It seems the unauthentication is it didn't even it called the live version instead of a local version. Okay, my bad here. I made some mistake. Let's see why. So I have a file, it's called API-TS, which should, I thought it was this far. In previously, this API-TS had HTTP URLs because I was using Firebase functions with on request instead of on call. Now I migrated to on call, so I had to check. Am I in a local environment? Use localhost. Am I in URLs with localhost? Am I in production environment? Use the actual URLs. But now I'm not doing that anymore. I'm using on call. So for example, the call contact form function, if I can find it, is this one, contact API, which calls the Firebase function from this functions list. This function list was got here. Aha, that's the one. I always get the live functions. So it would be interesting to know how to change that. This token, by the way, is public, so I can show it. It's like a public key. So it would be interesting to know how can I change that to get the local host ones. So get functions come from Firebase functions. No v2 here? No. Let's ask this to Gemini. Maybe even here. And let's get a new chat. Um, or let's ask, no, let's ask from command line, CLI. So we are gonna say in Firebase TS at firebase.ts, the functions one or the web one? The web one. Yes. So let's get the second one, tab. I basically it's a list of functions. It's a function objects, but they will contain a list of functions inside. Firebase. It contains app region and app contains a name and options. That's it. And options contains, don't know where are the functions, but they will be somewhere. I can't find them easily. I've heard of, sorry, I'm reading the chat here and then you're perhaps already gone. I read it anyway. I've heard from many app developers that getting a French app and deployed is half for the work than building an app. Yeah, well, I think the commercial part is the hardest, but if I just get approved and deployed, I'll be happy. So let's say this. I I do this, and it takes so long, it's problem after problem after problem, totally not anticipated. For example, I thought, oh, just use SCS, we go then, oh, no, you have to deal with all these events. I had to build a function to receive the events and act and stuff. And then production access was denied anyway, so I have to redo things. This was totally not anticipated. And just little examples, this happens all the time. This, however, gets always gets the deployed functions, and I would like to get the local functions when running locally, running the website locally in Vite. How can I do that? Okay, that's a decent question, I suppose. Okay, still figuring out. That's fair. We are getting close to 3 hours, 2 hours and 50 minutes, getting hungry. Um, okay, to connect your app to the local Firebase emulator when running with Vite, you need to use the connect emulator function provided by the Firebase SDK. This should happen during development. We can use Vite import meta env dev flag to detect if your app is running in development mode or development mode. I will modify Firebase DS to import a connect auth emulator and connect functions emulator. Ah, I know, really running out emulator, am I? I didn't even know it existed. Add the logic to connect the auth function simulator. If your app is in development mode, initialize app check only when not in development mode, as it is not needed for the emulator testing. Correct. Correct. But I don't see the app check thing. Maybe it's in another file. Yeah, anyway, dev, it does that. Anyway, we have to run the auth emulator. Yeah. So now I'm still doing fine with my quotas. And reset in 40 minutes. So we can go crazy. Reload that. Yeah, 17%. Ooh, we can go crazy. I've updated the file. Now, when you run your Vite development server, it will automatically connect. That's interesting. So it doesn't even change. The app check, yeah, exclude this because it doesn't do that. Okay, I see that. Functions are the, well, that's fair. That's really nice. But I need to change package JSON to start the authentication emulator, or whatever it's called. So this package JSON. No. This the functions package JSON. That's the one. Um. Right. So let's pose the question. Uh. Okay. So do I have to change the package JSON from functions? So that one, functions package JSON, uh, what's it called, serve and shell scripts to also start the auth emulator. If yes, can you do it for me? Question mark. We are close to having the contact form work. Let's see. And it probably already work if I deploy online live. It just doesn't work locally. Yes, it's true. So it's updating serve, but it's not updating shell. You need to update your shell script to update an emulator along with the functions emulator. The shell script doesn't need to be changed. The npm run shell is used to collect the already running emulators to give you a command line interface. It doesn't need to start an emulator itself. I never done that. So I will allow this change, but then I have a follow-up question already. Okay, update that's great. The follow-up question is I always ran npm run shell without npm run serve running in the background before, and I was able to call handler functions anyway. Why? What's okay? That's enough. That's a great observation, and you are correct. You can indeed call functions using npm run shell and without a separate server running. The reason is that Firebase function shell is a bit of a smart command. It detects that function emulator is not already running. It will start for you automatically. However, this is the crucial part of the new step. It will only start the function simulator. It has no idea that your web application also depends on the auth emulator. So the situation is before your app talked to the deployed Firebase and npm run shell was enough because it would spin up what the emulator it needed, functions. Now your app needs to talk to both functions and the auth emulator during local development. The npm run shell alone is no longer sufficient because your web app won't be able to use find the auth emulator it's looking for, which would lead to authentication errors on your site. The new correct workflow is in one terminal run npm run served from the functions directory. It starts all the emulator in your project functions and author currently, but I can start more as I need it, and in particular, I will need the storage emulator. And I think, do I know the what else a service I use? App check, but there is no emulator for that. Just disable it. Gmail is not part of the emulators. Firestore. But Firestore, yep. But now I'm using the live version for Firestore. We'll have to think about that. Yep. Um, Running npm run shell alone is no longer sufficient. Okay, you said that. Okay. One or maybe I already read. Dev. Yeah. Wow. Right. I understand. Or I just need serve and dev if I need to just test the functions. So yeah, because we have tokens to waste. Is that enough hour? I'm gonna ask one more question. This doesn't even update. Maybe it takes a little bit of time. Yeah, 21%. The next question is the contact TS does not need. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. But my hypothesis there is contact TS does not need authentication. So if I can spell 3 hours. Gonna get a break soon. Let's get up to this contact form done, so I have something um, completed. You're absolutely right. The contact function itself, being a public endpoint, does not require a user to be authenticated. The requirement to run the auth emulator isn't because the contact function needs it, but because your web application's Firebase installation code now expects it. Aha. When you run your web app with run npm run dev code, yeah, the code connect auth emulator is executed in the browser. The Firebase client SDK will immediately try to establish a connection to the auth emulator at that address. If the auth emulator is not running, the SDK will fail to connect and you will see the error in your browser developer console. This can prevent the rest of the Firebase SDK from initializing correctly even stopping the contact function call from working as expected. So even though a specific function might be public, the client-side application is configured to connect to the suite of emulators, auth, and functions from a consistent local development for a consistent local development experience. The web app runs with an okay. Okay, I'm glad I asked so I can understand more. So let's try it, isn't it? So this is what the emulator stop. Let's run the emulator with also the auth emulator. So let's build, yeah, auth not starting. Make sure you have run Firebase in it. Interesting. Yeah, so there is another step to be done. Okay, got it. When I now run npm run serve, we are still not there. Yeah, we are still not there. I get the error message is the key. The Firebase CLI is telling your local project isn't configured to use the auto emulator. True. You need to explicitly enable it in your Firebase JSON configuration file. I'll add the necessary configuration in your Firebase JSON file to enable the auth emulator on the default port 9099, which is this one. Yeah, correct. Okay, your Firebase JSON is missing the emulator section completely. I will add it was getting defaults for auth functions and UI. Enable the emulator UI, which is a helpful dashboard for managing emulator. Okay. I've updated the Firebase JSON. Now when you run npm run service in the functions directory, you should correctly start the emulator alongside the functions emulator. Okay, that means I have a follow-up question. Should I now change this to also include UI? Should I now change this line in package JSON, functions package JSON to from this to this, comma UI? Okay, there is no question mark, but it's clear it's a question. No, you don't have need to make that change. That's a very logical question, but the emulator UI works a little bit different. The only flags for specifying which backend service emulator to run, the emulator UI itself is controlled by emulator UI enable setting in your Firebase JSON. Since we set that to true, the UI will start automatically without whenever you run emulator start with at least one service. Okay. All right. All right. Okay. Got it. So now we can start it again after changing the Firebase configuration and see if that's better. Yep, that works. Nice. But now I have a follow-up question. Well, that works. Let's start the front end. The front end never stopped to run, but because we changed some initialization code, let's restart it too. Nice. And probably it wasn't necessary because Vite is also reloading stuff. Yeah, it just refresh the browser. First time I see this. Wow! It changed the HTML saying run in emulator mode. Ah, you can see it is outside the screen. There. Yeah, I did that. Oh boy. Running in emulator mode, do not use with production credentials. Okay, let's test. Name doesn't matter. Let's leave it anonymous. Put an email. Doesn't even need to be an email. Maybe there is a check. Yeah. Message. Some test message. And now send message. That worked. That worked. We have the contact form that works correctly. And this says from me, and there is a message. Everything is good. Oh, it's so good. The contact form works with Gmail. It hasn't been, SES has been much, 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 much harder. Nice. I'm so happy about it. I have a follow-up question about the auth emulator, which is okay. Now that I have the auth emulator enabled, how does it work? Can I connect with Google with some emulated account? Where is that configuration? The first one was not a question, but the question mark anyway doesn't matter. Excellent question. This is a very key concept for using emulators effectively. How does it work? A local simulation. The auth emulator is a local self-contained simulation of the real Firebase authentication service. It does not connect to Google. Okay, I got that. That's obvious. Its purpose is to let you to test the application logic, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, fake users. So where you put the fake user, it has its own user database. The users you create in your emulator exist only in your local machine and are completely separate from your live project. It mimics the API. The web app code works in the same way whether it takes to a real service or local emulator. It's fast and secure. You can test user creation, sign in, sign out. Can I connect to the Google account? No, you can't. Yeah, but I mean a simulated one. Okay, I asked the wrong question. Because emulator is a local simulation, it cannot trigger a real Google account. Yeah, I understand that. So where the tester, you create a fake email password based user directly within emulator. You can use this fake account in your web app test directly within emulators in the UI, I suppose. Where's the emulator UI? Start emulator, which are already running. Open the UI 4000. You tell it twice. Okay. Go to the authentication tab, add a user. Now you have a user that exists. Uh-huh. But that's a password user. Okay, let's start to look at the interface. Maybe I can understand something more. So localhost 4000. Nice. Let's see emulated interface. And we got authentication emulator, function emulator on. Firestore at the moment off, but I will need it. Extensions. pub sub and storage, I will turn it on. Real-time database not using. Hosting emulator not using. Or yes, I'm using it, but I just can run with it. I don't need a hosting emulator. Remember, this is a local environment. Okay. Authentication. Yeah, it can have provider. So user email, photo URL, custom claim, authentication method, password authentication. Multi-factor authentication, SMS. Wow. Hmm. Okay. How can I add a user which has simulated Google provider instead? I don't think it's possible from what I saw. That's a problem. But let's see first. You're thinking ahead. While you can't go through the real Google sign-in, you can absolutely create a user in the emulator that looks like it came from Google. This is perfect for stenciling backend. Okay, so you can. Okay, here is how you do it. Start the emulator. Okay. Open the emulator UI. Okay. Navigate to the authentication tab. Okay. Fill in the user detail. Ah, I didn't see link provider. Whoa, I missed. Or maybe it's not there. Display name test user. Email optional. Interesting. I have to put my email, I think, because maybe I send an email based on that. User photo, let's not put it. Password authentication. This case I use in the backend. This does not let get signing with Google the real workflow. Ah, well, that's useless then. That's useless for testing. Linked linked providers is not available in the form. That's annoying. I was working from a memory of a slightly older version of the UI. The workflow has been streamlined. You're correctly pointing out that provide option is not initialization form. Yeah, you have to first create. So why I cannot click add user? Because he wants a password? A, sixth character. BC 12345 6 is a test password. Okay. Say, great. Test user. Provider email. edit user. Let's keep on reading. Password field blank is not possible because you will now see the user in the list. Click on the user in the detail page. Allora, it's not possible to create a user without password. The save button is grayed out and it needs a password of at least 6 characters. That's not even the main problem. The main problem is we now click on user row to go to the personal detail page. I click on the row, nothing happened. What it means is this, yeah? Edit user. Okay. If I click on edit user for the user just created, identities of provider. There isn't any section called identities or providers or similar. That's enough. The model is overloading. Try again later. Try again the last request. Oh, it seems to work now. You're right to ask me to clarify. My previous explanation was incorrect. The emulator UI is a specific two-step workflow. Create the user first. Oh my god, it's the same information. Find the user, click on their user ID, UID. Okay, maybe I missed that. No, it's not clickable. This information is still incorrect. User UID is not a link. There is a hamburger menu on the right with options, edit user, disable user with options, edit user, disable user, delete user. I select edit user, which is the most logical. Can I copy the form? Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of formatted weird, but I think it's enough. And this is the whole content of the form, copied and pasted as text. You're absolutely right, and I sincerely apologize for providing incorrect information multiple times. Thank you for your patience and for providing detailed feedback from the UI, which makes it clear that my previous instructions were wrong. The ability to link providers directly is not available in the emulator UI's user form. The correct and definitive way to create a user in a simulated provider is programmatically using the Firebase Admin SDK. This will give you full control over the user properties. I will create a script for you that does exactly this. I will create a new script called create Google user MJS. This script will use the Firebase admin package to create a new user that appears to have signed in with Google. Okay, accept. Next, how to run the script. To create the user, you need to run the script while telling it where to find the auth emulator. First, make sure that your emulators are running with npm run server. To open a new terminal and run this function there. Okay, so I already running them, isn't it? Yeah. So what's next? I will run the command for you. This command sets the emulator host environment variable for this one command. This should be in npm packages. Let's say no. Add this to package JSON functions package JSON. So add package JSON. So I can run it with npm run. It's called create Google user. Let's keep the same name. Still have 7 minutes in which I can use freely my quota. Of course, I will add the create Google user function to your package JSON. Why did it change format? Oh, that's wrong. That backslash was necessary. I accept it anyway. You can fix easily. but I think you broke stuff. So I go here. There you go. Fucking hell. Let's backslash it. No need to argue with AI. Okay. Oh, wait, there is another error. What's going on? Let's try to close and reopen it. Oh, that's the other error. Whoa, that was a bad screw up. Let's do it. We can do well, let's restart this just in case because we broke stuff. And now we can run in functions npm run create Google user. Nice. We have a Google user. But the thing is, how the heck do I use it? Okay, I created the user successfully. But how do I use it in the web app since the login, the Google auth login flow does not work locally? I'm digressing a bit from the original goal now. I just wanted to dig into this authentication service. So after this, let's go back to the original goal. You created a user in the backend. There is no sign in. No way to sign them in to the UI. The solution is to create a special backdoor function for development purposes. This function will generate a special login link, a custom token allows to sign in as any user in the emulator without needing their password for going through the login flow. This involves two steps. Backend, create a new cloud function that generates a custom sign-in token for a specific user ID. Is this a security issue? Add a developer-only button to your web app that calls these functions. Okay. I will create a new file called get custom token. This function will be on core function that takes a user ID, UID, and returns a custom token. Crucially, it will only work when running the emulator to prevent a massive security hole in wait. Where is this simulator coming from? There. A massive security hole. I just get the UID. Just give me the user ID and you're that user. That's how it works. No need to authenticate. Nice. And now I have to create a button that is shown only. Now I need to write this new function for your main index.js file. Why you so many changes? Oh, that's crazy. This change is crazy. What's going on? I don't have multiple import. No, this change is crazy. Uh, I'm going to tell him off. Limit your change to just importing, adding the custom, the get custom token import. Oh, it's just 2 p.m. So now we have the new limits. I didn't use them enough. So just say 34%. They're going they're gonna reset anytime soon. Okay, reset now. You're absolutely right. My apologies. There was a careless mistake. Yeah, I'm gonna hit your hands with a cane. I should have added a new export without modifying the existing correct one once. I still read the index.ts to get the exact content. Okay, okay. So in the past, I've been afraid to interrupt requests with ask and to give firm instructions because I was afraid of the AI losing its thread of thought. But instead, it's very good to do that, interrupt and fix along the way. So this change is okay. It's exactly what I expecting one line. Now that the backend function is ready, the developer only would be a good place to where would it be a good place? No, where you prefer it? No, neither of them. Yeah, I think they substitute the my God, what a rabbit hole. I think I think about that. So where in my website I got subscriptions? No, no, no. Delete my data. That's where I have a connect with Google account. That should be replaced with local connect or something. So we are talking about the delete me page. This button Google. My sign in. Right, this is the button. I I think it would make sense to change my button at button Google to show um, local connect button instead of connect with Google. Connect with Google. Maybe Google Connect. I see. Very clean and idiomatic way to handle environment-specific behavior. We modify button Google Svelte to implement this logic. To the component will import the necessary functions for both productions and development. Use the importer meta and the dev. Okay. Conditionally change the button text. The development action. Okay, okay. So why is it changing the? It's just formatting. It's actually it's changing that. So this is says M for. Why are you changing the SVG? No. So let's press 4. Uh-huh. Why are you changing the SVG path? Maybe there is a logical explanation for that, but I don't know why it's changing the SVG. Why is this open it, I mean. Oh, so much light. Hmm. Now we're starting to use the quota for day. That's per minute. Doesn't matter the per minutes. You're absolutely right to call that out. I apologize. There was been a long day. What do you say? You have a sharp eye. It's gonna adulate. My previous attempt to replace the raw file in one go caused my code generation tool to slightly reformat. No, it's not reformatting. You change the values. This didn't change. I was comparing the wrong thing here. Okay. The SVG code, other changes mostly excite white space. Okay. Are we correct performance? Okay, well, I thought it was changing it. It wasn't changing it. Okay, my bad. Yeah, remove these comments. Insignificant. Okay. So this will be deployed to production. That's interesting. Again, we are doing too much in APR. I got carried away. Okay, it's using the same button, calling different function there, eh, and different label. That's it. Well, let's try. Local Google Connect. Okay. I insisted there to have a different text so to, better realize what's going on. I press on the button, nothing happened. So let's open the developer tools. I might have to restart the emulator because of a new function. Let's see. Because here it says, yeah, there is not the new function there. Let's restart the emulator. Do I have the new function? Get a custom token. Yep. So the front end doesn't need a restart, but I will do it anyway. Nice. Let's go to console and see if any error. Click on Google Connect. Yeah, there is error. Internal server error. Could not create a custom token. Let's see the backend error. Backend error. Yeah, that's the one that really matters. Oh, okay. So I think you can see this easily by opening the new function, which is get something. Get custom token. I don't like this kind of imports, but let's fix that with this is not related to the problem, but for consistency with the other functions. So we need to import CFG. Okay, that's it. Error created. What line number? Users. We don't know. But anyway, admin auth is not a function. Here. That's weird. Yeah, because it's correct. Yes, marshmallow. Yeah, boy. You got your treat there. You're not hungry, eh? You want to go out in the garden, eh? Hold on. Out. Give some food to the stray dog. Um. All right. Uh, Going back to this. Okay. Get the custom token fails. Mm, I don't like star imports, but that's not the main issue. The main issue is this error. Now we go to here. The only thing that matters is the backend error. The front end could call correctly. There you go. Let's copy from here until here. And now we go to here, paste that, remove the last one. It's saved. You've hidden a classic Firebase admin and yes module issue. You're certainly right. Oh, I didn't know. It was a software problem. I said it's not remember. It's a software problem. This life well founded in this case. The error type error is not a function, it's a direct result. Correct the import. Why don't you import the function? Fucking hell. You just what? No. What are you doing? Why don't you import auth instead of the whole admin object? That would be better for tree shaking, isn't it? Probably tree shaking doesn't work in the back end, but not sure about that. I see. Okay, the response coming. That's an excellent point. And in the front end world with the client SDK, you would be 100% correct. Yeah. The backend doesn't work. You're thinking about tree shaking spot on for as far as a bundle, but the Firebase server side structured differently from the client side. I'm glad I asked. Um, Namespace version modular. Firebase admin package provides a single default export admin, which acts as a namespace for all these services, and is designed to be initialized once as a singleton for your entire application. It does not support name imports. I use them all the times. Client versus server. Yeah. So for the backend cloud function code, the correct way to import is import admin for Firebase. I think I have to double check my code then. When I proceed to do necessary fixes, correct the get custom token TS, initialize admin SDK in the index TS. Hold on a second. I think I already initialized my goal is fine. Oh, so what's going on? The first step is fine. Why he went back with Matt? No, my God. Uh, config. Don't touch. It's since it's already doing the right thing, enabling, disabling up check for local execution. That's one thing, but the other thing is the admin object initialization. Where is this? Uh-huh. Uh, initialize admin SDK. I think it's already initialized. Ah, how can I find where it's initialized? Or maybe it's something that's needed for local use only? So let's have a look. Every time, for example, a function that uses Firestore has to initialize SDK, isn't it? So this is using Firestore. Let's see where. In here, for example, save document. Okay. So this is fine. That is using Firestore. We keep on drilling down. So yeah, DB await DB collection. Where does DB come from? Is imported from Firebase JS. Okay. So Firebase JS is initialized up. Is that what you're trying to do? Probably, yeah. I think I am already initializing where for the functions that needs it in Firebase TS. ng when using Firestore. You're absolutely right on both counts. Thank you for the correction and for pointing out the existing initialization logic. So how can you vibe code when the AI does a mistake every single fucking step? I don't understand. And it's very, very, very helpful. And but it's helping me like a peer, which I go back and forth. Acknowledgeable peer by that matter, but often incorrect. You're correct. The Firebase admin is initialized. Okay. Centralize there. Okay. Update the Firebase TS to get and expect the host server making available. Okay. Update the functions handler to import the host server directly from Firebase TS instead of trying to use the admin. It just said don't use this type of import the whole admin object. And now it's doing the destructure import. What the heck? And does it change anything? Ah, because you need to do get auth. So that's not the same as the import. Okay. Passing the app. Okay. Now the auth is exported from your central Firebase service file. But notice I never used to use auth directly because on call already authenticate them. So I don't know where it's getting into now. Oh, fuck. I will update the get custom token TS to use it. Okay, let's see it. This resolve the import issue. So the fact that Firebase is in DAO because it was used only for DB first is a bit sketchy now. Maybe it should be in some configuration folder. Okay, I need to also get this custom token. Okay, that makes sense. This should now work correctly. The get custom token function will use the properly initialized auth service for your existing Firebase TS DAO file. Thank you. Okay, nice. So let's restart the backend because this it looks like it's hot reloading, but it's not actually working. Still running the old code. I saw this over and over again. Okay, that's great. Backend no need, front end no need to restart. I'm pretty sure about that. Let's reload the page just in case. And yeah, let's keep on open the developer tools. Click on connect. Nice. So we got some progress. Is this user with a default, uh, a default thing, a default icon, a default avatar? Mm. Now I got the next error. Email unavailable on user token. So let's find the function get, again, I do that, get custom token. Where's the token? Aha, UID developer claims object. Mm. How can I add an email on the custom token so that's returned to? Maybe I should commit before any other change, which I will need my approval. So we commit and push. Ah, forgot. Let's see if that worked. Yeah, it works. To do that, you need to fetch the user record after creating the token. The user record contains the email and profile information. I will update get custom token to get the user record at using auth get user ID. Add the email to the user record. Okay. Uh-huh. 4 hours. I need to have some food. But I want to finish this, man, and I got in such a rabbit hole. Okay, let's test it. That was not even the main goal. Sign out. Login with local connect with Google. Failed terribly. What's happening? Uh-huh. I think I can be careful with that. where does this UID come from in the request? Yeah. So just have to be careful to see. I start from the Google button. So Google button. So here there's my sign in and the local sign in. Ooh, is this what you just changed? Because I thought, let's get custom token. It's a backend function. Aha, there is the problem because that says Google user ID. The user we created in the script. There is also another problem there, but that's a minor problem. The user we created in the script is in function scripts create Google user. I think that's the UID that they had to put. Okay. I get this. I think the problem might be that the front end sends front end in button Google sends Google provider ID says to this, while the user we created in the backend, I'm not sure that's. I suggest to add email there.
Anna_Sona is now following.
Oh, thanks for follow, Anna Sona. Hi, how is it going? uh, I'm trying to make this connect. I'm good. I'm good. Yeah, hungry. I think soon I'm gonna take a break. I'm trying to make this local Google Connect button run in the emulator, so it's working live, but not in the emulator. So I was talking to having an argument with a Gemini. I'm from Italy, and you? Good to hear that you're good too. Might be, might be okay. The user we create in the backend in create Google user in create Google user. Ah, which game this? Ah, okay, I know what you're doing. I know. Don't you see? I'm not streaming game. You got the wrong man. Bye. So, might be as Google provider ID. This. Oh, the same. I'm confused now. No, no, no. That's UID. Yeah. Sense this No, no, sorry, not interested. Can you please go? Sorry for that. I already had that. Someone asked the same thing and not interested as a different ID. Okay, yeah. Take care. Have a good day. Nothing personal. Yeah, just I'm not interested. As a different ID. Let's see what happens. Taking a bit of time. Wanna wrap up this, but it's still not going through. You diagnose the problem perfectly. The error. Oh, my dog is barking. Okay, okay, hold on. Okay, so yeah, is even a user ID does not exist in the auto emulator. Most likely is a subtle inconsistency is totally different. What are you talking about? Uh-huh. Oh, before he said, no, you have to import admin. And now he's destructuring that all the time. Imagine that. I'm not sure this is back in production. Firebase JSON. Um, it's updated. He didn't ask me for confirmation. But I think he didn't fix the issue at all. That's not the issue at all, mate. But I have another question, which is, isn't it, would the removing project ID break production? Probably not because it's in Firebase JSON. That's a sharp question, not break production. All right, it's not a sharp question because there was a developer script. I confused. Well, you removed it. I don't understand. Okay. So what? But that was not the issue. Issue was two different user IDs, isn't it? You didn't change that at all. Okay. I don't understand. So let's quit that. Let's run the script to create the user again. I cannot work like that. Yeah. Create Google user. What happens if it's already created? It did that. We are deep in the trouble here. Backend, front end, same error. Nothing changed. Why should it work? Exactly same error. That was. Oh, I'm wrong. Fetching, deleting. This I think it's just a weird output, a weird log message. What does it say? Fetching, deleting. Is this in the custom token or is this is the backend output? Create custom token. That's a function from Firebase. Auth. Get user. Get the email. What's this fetching, deleting for user ID? I'm baffled. Is it in my code? Apart from this, it's in deleting though. Why are we using deleting DAO for custom token? And what does it mean fetching the fetching the deleting collection? But why is he calling that? It's called by okay, everything works. Test Google user. It's called by I don't know about that. So let's clean and retry. It's called by the same page, but it's unrelated. Okay, I got you. So now Do we get the email? Local sign in. This is the my sign in. Should be called Google sign in, but not now. Where does it get the email? Current user. This is still locally. I don't understand how this. Ah, because West Coast in North. Okay, so it's so used. I think it's available. So we have this thing called current user, which if it's true won't even display this button anymore. So there is nothing we can show here. So what's the remaining issue? The remaining issue is just this error. Yeah, Madonna, come. So in button Google, I have a type issue. Boom. Oh, let's check my dog. And go. What's happening? Uh, oh, is to provide an expect request. Oh, nice. Yeah, that's good to show the email so I can see that it actually works. Um, yep, and also get the email. Okay. But what's the actual change? Is this? Oh, it's already done it. It's not asking me to update it, approve anymore. YOLO mode. Ooh, let's toggle YOLO mode. I don't know how we got that. Okay, nice. Let's run the backend again because we changed the backend. No, we didn't. We changed the front end. The front end doesn't need restart, but restart the backend anyway, just in case. So sign out. That works. Doesn't need any call. Oh, now we are running authentication and functions. We can do a local connect. That failed. Internal server error, get custom token again. There is no record corresponding to the I solved this problem before, now it's back. What? Uh, for UID, Google user ID. Oh, I see. Every time I restart the emulator, it forgets the users. Oh my God. So I just have to create the user again. npm run create Google user. That's annoying. I might put it in the start emulator then just after. Anyway, there is a timing issue. Okay, so let's check now. So I go back to where? That's a different issue for later. So where is the terminal backend? Restart the backend. We're going for this time it will work. Okay, great. Connect. Should have cleaned the console. Still didn't work. Could not create custom token. That's strange. So I definitely create the user. Well, let's show me also the user ID and stuff that you created because I'm confused. So let's go create Google user. What is this provider ID? Simulated Google ID specific. That's. Oh, we got so many programs, man. Provider data does not exist. Let's try to put the what was that name? Google user ID. That. Ah, it's already there. So let's provide ID is different. And then they call this as Google Provider ID. This is so confusing. That's the user ID. Oh my God. Anyway, the error that was here is solved. Maybe let's ask first to fix this error. Copy that. In, what is it called? Create Google user at, yeah, I get missing. Oh, check on my dog. You found another excellent and subtle TypeScript error. You're correct. Provide the data property is not valid field. Uh-huh. So you're creating the wrong user. So how did it even work? Import users. Fucking hell, man. Okay. Do I need to recreate the user every time I start the emulator? By default, yes, you do. If I base emulators are starting a cleaner every time. Okay, let's say, this is intentional. Yeah, makes sense. Emulator data. Okay, something to I can delve into this another time. For now, let's restart the emulator once more because I think I still have a problem. Run server. Now we know we need to create a user. Let's wait for the correct application startup full, which is in another 5 seconds, right? Here you go. And then here I can create a user with a new method. And it looks good. And now go back again here, clean the console, log in. Ah, it just works. Oh, it works. I thought you were doing output of the email, but was it in the back end? Hmm. No, that's good. So that I say this argument, this topic is fully done. But where was this console log for the email? Successfully signed in. That's the local sign in. Why didn't see that? Ah, there it is. And we got the email. Great. Now that we have that correctly done, let's remove that. Oh, let's leave it. It's just in local execution. Let's leave it for now. Now let's test once more the main goal. It was making this contact form work. Send message. I don't know about that. Anyway, the message was sent, and I didn't receive it yet. Oh yes, I got it now, and everything is good. So it's time to deploy. I mean, commit all this good stuff, and then finally can take a break. What a rabbit hole! So now we can go to see the PR if there is one. Not sure if I have one already. Yeah, that's one. Yeah, no, it's a new one. Gmail contact form, and see if we have any issue here. Maybe we do. Okay, starting the auth emulator. Then we have this new create goal user function. Have to do that every time. That's the new syntax that works. Now we started the migration of SES module to be email module. We initialize auth. This happens in production too, so hopefully it doesn't create problems. And then let's just define import. Okay, we updated to use with Gmail, and the other function is deleted. So maybe I will leave with Gmail just to be more explicit for now. But after I can remove the with Gmail. After all of them will be with Gmail. All of them. How many of them? Email function. If I go to see APR failed, yeah, the build failed. Okay, so we'll have to look into that. All of this is not necessary, but the send and play email that is not converted, and it will be a real pain to convert. The contact email, that's it. We just have to do the template email. Okay, that's good. Let's see why the build failed. Oh, let's go in with a quick review. The custom token thing. Okay. Then this is just renaming. Okay, that's where I removed the send email with SES and I put the one with Gmail. We got button Svelte, which has a local sign-in, where this is like bonus, was not even due in this. It was a little rabbit hole I went into. Nice, but it's very good. I got that now. So now we got an issue with the pipeline. Let's see what the issue is. Action, GitHub Actions, fail. Oh, okay, some stupid issue. Let's see. Checking formatting. Let's just say code style, just a format issue. So npm, so in which folder I am? In the root folder. Npm run format, run format for all the projects. Okay. And now we have this firebase now changed. Okay, that's good. We commit and push. I'm starting to think this issue should never happen. If I told Gemini that my prettier RC has a print with, I'm using prettier with a print width of 90. So probably if that line would have a split. Let's commit and push the change. That may be interesting. Would have prevented that little formatting issue. Not a big issue, but it's just less, uh, one less go back and forward check. Oh, yeah, this will end in 10 seconds, so no need to interrupt it. Let's see, let it go. And it should pass, but I don't know until it actually passes. Yeah, very good. It passes. So the next one, which I modified only an MD file, will pass for sure. It can execute in parallel. That's very good. So now we can go and get ready for merging. I get two changes actually. One was the Gmail contact form and added auth provider. Was that the main thing? The auth provider is the one that Yeah, so that we can do a local login. So the main thing at the local Google is great. There is no round trip. We just authenticate you directly, but that's good enough. Local Google Earth is just faked, but that is great. Okay, here we go. So we got all check passed. So we can squash and merge. Now we can delete the branch. I can automate that, but I deleted every branch. Now git checkout main, git pull, git fetch all, git delete Gmail contact form. And now let's deploy this thing. Backend is here, npm run deploy. Frontend is here, npm run deploy. Didn't realize I press Ctrl C. Frontend is quicker. Then we test it online and then we call it maybe not a day. I will go maybe make another session, but good time to have lunch. Ah, it's bad. Oh, I know what happened. My iPad ran out of juice. Oh, that broke the deployment. Okay, anyway, I really need a break now, so I might go on after. Let me let me fix my screen. Okay, we are back. So yeah, let's delve into this. That's very bad. Oh yeah, I have an issue when deploying with npm run deploy. That doesn't make any sense. You correctly identify a classic and important issue when deploying Firebase functions that use secrets. The warning, that's a lot. Ah. Mm, the warnings and the interactive prompt are happening because your code is trying to read values of a secret during the development process rather than waiting until the function is actually running. This happens in config. any code that I use, Gmail user also tries to access the, okay. The solution is to structure your configuration so the secret value are only accessed inside the function handler at runtime. Mm. Modify config CS. I will change your config to export the secret parameters themselves, not their values. Mhm. We go back to the previous. I will also provide the data functions to safely access their values at runtime. Update email service. Okay. So what is it doing? Where is the check for emulator then? It makes. Mm, uh-huh. Okay, so the main change is instead of exporting the actual values, is exporting a function that will return the values in here. But what's the other stuff? Why do you need this as well? And you change only web and not base. That's a problem because no, it's not a problem because contact form uses web. Correct. Let's allow it to see where it's going. It's not a test function, but mm, mm. So the transporter was outside, and it's the diff is not clear. It's not the best to be read, but it basically put it inside the function. Okay, so it's not created when building. I think email might have the same problem. Not that email TS. So in here, we are creating a transport. Ah, but it's a function. Or is it? Or is it? Let's see where it's used. That it's not called as a function. So for now, let's put it inside, but then I will have to put it somehow in different way because it's needed also for another function so we return a function instead of a value. Okay, let's see if that solves the issue. The problem is we are now on main. So we need to create, interrupt this deployment. Let's create a new branch, git checkout -b fix deployment. Okay, and now we got that. Let's add all commit and push fix deployment. And now we start to run npm run deploy. Let's also create a PR so if there is any issue, we know immediately. Let's check on my dog. Already failed. But that's just formatting issues, okay? npm run format. Don't know why deployment checked formatting, but okay. Added some parentheses for clarity, okay? Commit and push. npm run deploy. This is running a new pipeline check. The previous one will fail soon. Fail. Okay. String param define I never used. Okay, that's easy fix. That's new. That's unexpected. What is same for subchecker was always working. Let's check the diff. Oh, that's not never ending. Enforce. Why it's not even there? Oh, so it already was a problem? Okay, so in this PR, and that was not touched, but we added the secrets. And secrets looks good. But enforce subcheck, it was working before, it's gone. So what if I comment this out? Still a issue for subcheck. What? Why is it was it working before? CFG. So we have two stuff sending email. One is this, which is using incorrectly because these are functions. So that would be broken. And the other one was the test email. Test email. Ah, it's a getter. So it's being a getter, you don't need, it's a property, so you don't need to put the parentheses. Ah, so it's still calling the function. Okay. Okay, that's okay. My fault. I appear because I change, yeah, callable options. My goodness. And here we're using a lot of calls. We are almost there, man. We are almost there, but we need to test again locally and remotely. And but we could not deploy because it was broken. Okay. So let's check the latest build was a failure. Okay. Now I don't even know what the failure is, but I know we have a change. So let's check the local changes. Okay. Which is callable options. Commit and push. And let's see what's the next failure is. Let's see the previous failure actually as well. Ah, okay, I fixed that. Let's see what happens now. Shall we try deploy? Let's try deploy while we wait. Git run deploy. Git npm run deploy. That's what I meant. Okay, this is in the process of checking. I was saying working, but they were not finished. So I think we are good now on this side, at least on the build side, deploy side, we are good. Nice. Okay, we need to. That's just a warning, but we can fix that too. Button Google, and that should be a failure, not a warning. But not changes that now. Right, there you go. Maybe just put a ticket for that. In web, should be a failure. Okay, if we ever get to that, we have a ticket. Okay, so are we going? Are we doing? The backend is now deployed. Went up a lot. Okay, the deployment. Oh no, it's not working. Why is doing that? So the two places where we create a transport is here. I move that inside a transport. I move that inside, and here is also inside. So the Gmail user should be called here. So let's add a console log for get, yeah, get space Gmail user. And similarly here, exactly, a console log for pass. So I think that what happens is just before this enter a string, it should print get Gmail user. Let's see if that's the case. Unfortunately, it takes quite a bit to get there. So our deployment is still broken. That's the issue. And the build? Is the build fixed? The build is fixed. Okay, that's something. Now we have a new one, but should be no problem. If we go back to deployment, yeah, no, strange. It does not print get Gmail user. So where is this code? Let's try to figure out. So in let's find for that name, find in folder Gmail underscore user. Debug log. This should be excluded from search. And firebase debug log should be excluded, but apparently doesn't work. Maybe because I need the star slash. No. Oh, let's get rid of this. Let's just collapse it. So I have this set as an example, which is not called during deployment. So this change totally makes sense. Mm. Your changes look correct. However, during deployment, I don't have the warnings anymore, but it still asks for the environment variable. So the warnings I had before were these invoked. So they are not invoked. Why is it asking for the environment variable? I set them to empty then. That's weird, yeah. And if I'm fine, I think I already fixed that too. Whoa. So I'm skipping this where I just evaluating as oh wait. Okay, I have to read from here. All the rest was just attempts. The send a contact with Gmail function is the issue. Even though create transport is inside it, the function body is analyzed during deployment. The firebase deployment tool sees that mail user and password are accessing that function, And it's trying to resolve them. Well, that's crazy. In a completely hidden secret access from the analyzer. So the analyzer is like creating problem. A dedicated function that creates a transporter. In- uh, I don't understand. Let's see what it does. There's some line hidden that make you not understand. I created a new function. What's the difference from before? So I didn't apply that yet. So this is the email TS, which was doing this. This is absolutely equivalent. I will allow this change, but what does it change? Just use another function which use exactly the same thing. Okay, I can reuse that. Which made option used? Ah, here. I might want to create a better type for that, but I don't think this will solve the deployment issue. I don't see how. I might be wrong. I hope to be wrong. I really hope to be wrong. But I don't see how. It's the same thing. It just moves another function. Okay. Now we got some formatting issues. No problem. Format. Yeah, we don't know if what it did because it was not committed yet, but hopefully it's fine now. Yeah, Marshmallow. I hope to finish soon. So basically, what it did, it nested this inside another function, but it solves nothing. Solve nothing because it's still analyzing the other function. And maybe it's analyzing this. So even if you don't call it, it still see, oh, you're accessing this variable. I have another idea. What if we do that? We still analyze it. Yeah, it does. Uh, so let's go back because that didn't help. Let's just say same issue on deploy. Let's interrupt deployment. I should have tell. Should I do ask? Um, Same issue on deploy. What if we define blank variables on deploy script command line in packages? That is a very clever and pragmatic suggestion. You're proposing a workaround. If the deployment tool needs variable to exist, we can give it a blank one to satisfy it won't accept it. During the build, knowing that the real secret will be available at runtime. Yes, that would likely work. It would stop the interactive prompt. However, it's a workaround for a problem called structure. The Firebase team's working on telling us that the more is to refactor the code. Yeah, but I think you're not able to do that. The problem itself accessing the correct fix one more time. The goal is move all logics attach the secret to an exported send email Gmail function. I will refactor email TS to send a simple pass function, pass through. Everyone responsible. Okay. I don't think that works. Hopefully it doesn't mess up stuff. Apply change. Let's not finish my quota, please. Mid work. Now we are doing well. This is a more robust way. Okay, robust. I don't think that works, but I'm happy to be proved wrong. Oh, oh, just 12. Okay, I can fix that myself. That is doing nothing to prevent issue. Git committed push. I want to check. Yeah, everything is good still. New build. npm run deploy. Oh, that's slow. Okay, let's try that in the meantime. Oh yeah, so same issue, yeah, as expected. Yeah, let's tell her what I think. What I think, we still have the same issue. I think it does not matter how deep you nest the call to mail Gmail user to CFG Gmail user and CFG Gmail pass because getters because all source code is analyzed. Yeah, you're absolutely right. My apologies. My understand is applying my fix now. Fucking AI. Ah. The understanding of the deployment analyzer depth was incorrect in your analysis spot on. It's clear that no matter how much you refactor, as long as a secret access is in a file that is imported by a function, the analyzer will find it. Your initial suggestion was a correct and most pragmatic path forward. We need to satisfy the deployment tool by providing the dummy value for the secret during the build process. I will now implement your solution by modifying the deployment script. I will prefix the blank values for password. This will take okay, will prevent interact. That looks good. I would have used single quotes because so you don't need to escape them, but that's okay. This time it should work. And then we can try online and we can try locally and can finally take a lunch break at almost 4 p.m. Okay. So interrupt. Let's run a commit. Let's run a deploy. This passed. And going to check this. Next. Change the dependency. When the dependencies were changed. Git log. What did you say? Diff? Don't remember. Git log. How to do a git log that also shows diffs. -p, okay. Git log -p, patch. It's a change in package JSON. So yeah, we didn't change dependencies, but you still need an npm install anyway. Ooh. There is a problem maybe in package JSON. Okay, let's close everything. Let's open the package JSON. We did it before, yeah, to screw up the package JSON, so maybe. There you go, screwed up. Missing comment. Okay. So since you are at it, let's fix that to make it look a little bit better. Use single quotes so we don't need to escape them. Nice. So let's do an npm install anyway. I think that is needed. No, why? Yeah, then no, maybe it was not needed, but it was broken. The file. Git commit and push. npm run deploy. Let's see what happened. This. are we doing? How are we doing? Yeah, that went through. And this one, oh, I think the blank thing doesn't work. Let's try to put a value instead. User pass. There you go. Now we have a value. Uh, Now commit again. Do a deployment again. Oh, I see it now. Um, this is in the wrong place. It's not the build that requires it, but the deploy. So yet, does this pass to the whole pipeline? I'm not sure about that. Actually, let's ask this question. What was force for? I don't think we need it anymore. In this command line, uh, which command gets the environment bars? Let's abbreviate this, okay. Uh, the first one only or the whole pipe, the whole pipeline, let's call it, even so it's not in a pipeline. Only for the build command. That's it. That's it. All right. So the issue was not the values not provided, but I had to move it here. Let's try to put them blank again. And let's run it again. Still failing. Let's try to put a value. Maybe just a UMP for keeping it short. Let's commit. Okay. Deploy. This we're going with the builds. The builds are fine. Right? Yeah, good build. We got two more. It's still not working. It's still not working. And that's definitely in the deploy phase, not in the build phase. I changed the deploy line to provide dummy values instead of leaving it empty, and I moved the variable definitions next, just before the deploy function, the firebase deploy, or only the build would get their value as such. Unfortunately, I still get the same issue. That is weird. Unless I misspelled Gmail user. No, don't need the export with this syntax because it's next to the command. The secret caps trigger. You hit the final boss of this problem, and your analysis is getting closer and closer to the truth. It is subtle but crucial aspect of Firebase. The analysis is deep, but the issue isn't that, it's in finding access to the viral issues that your code is explicitly telling Firebase are required for deployment. This happening these two lines. You wrote those lines. It has a function. Okay. Remember telling me, is there a way to test M file? Okay. Mm. Okay. Why didn't you tell me before? Actual production value. That's fine. I have to test it. Well, honestly, they can be added to production control if they are dummy values. Source control. Uh, I think that broke the local access then if I don't. Okay, let's do this. It's not added to. No, it's not ignored. So, did you say to rename as env? Well, let's ignore it as env my budget pilot. Mhm. So that is in git ignore env. Okay, that's correct. So now it will be ignored, so we can safely commit. What's the change in package JSON then? Just a space I removed. Okay. Um. Right. I believe I like that. I don't remember anymore. The local build, the local execution was getting this way. When I do run, server, I was setting the environment variable in this way, but now they are probably overridden by the env file, so I think it will not work. Let's see if the deployment works first. And we deploy also the front end. I don't know. I think I deployed the latest version, but I'm getting confused. So missing script deploy. Okay. This is because I'm not in the functions folder. So did this work? Will this work? Suspense. I really want to go to a food. This was where it normally failed and it just went through. Aha. Those are not in Secret Manager. Okay, so this is becoming a too big of a problem. I'll take my lunch break and continue afterwards. Damn, that's complex. Okay, before let's try one before I go. Yeah, let's try one more time. I don't want to give that. Um, hmm, we have some progress, but it in the deployment, but eventually failed with. Why is he looking in secrets? Ah, because it's wrong to put in secrets. It's not secrets. I'm hungry. Uh, I don't think he should have used secrets there. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. I think this is incorrect. I think the issue is that you are using the secrets property, which is somehow connected to Google Secret Manager, while here we are not using it, but we are using and variables in the local environment and functions options, what is called and functions config set firebase and firebase function config set for the remote for the production. I think that's the issue, not what the bullshit that you said. Apart that, yeah, they didn't resolve the placeholder. That's true, but that was we created next issue, which you would still look for the right values, but not in the right place. You're absolutely 100% correct. My sincerest apologize. I've been forcing down to the wrong path of the newer secret manager integration. Good to know. Good to know. Secrets option. When you have been correctly using the classic and still very common, I might want to migrate to use a secret manager. It would be much simpler. I might want to change to the secrets in both cases. I don't have need any environment variable, any settings, nothing. Hmm. Okay, let's give it an option. Okay. All right. So we'll have to delete this September thing. Let's try deploy. We don't need to deploy the front end once more. We deploy already 100 times for nothing. So we need to clean this up because we are using, yeah, okay. So now the issue is it might work online, but it doesn't work anymore locally because I need to put the actual values in this environment thing. So I put my email here, and then I have to put the application password there that I cannot do now. This working. This is working. So I think let's test the live version first. Then let's test the local version, see if it fails. And then let's put the right value here and let's see if it works. Let's wait for update. Actually, I will put the right value. Actually, no, I want to see it fail first to confirm. And then we can delete there. But what I need to add is the example file for this. So it's .env dot my project example. I forgot the V. Rename. Let me go back to the original file. Okay. Let me roll forward now. So no need to say that. Example content for Firebase specific M file for the major project. Copy this file to .env.my budget pilot and filter in the values. Okay, that's good. Sample content for firebase and file. So we want to commit that one um, because it provides the skeleton. Otherwise, we don't know what values to fill if I were to lose the local instance. So now I try the form online. That for contact form should work online. So go contact, your email. Let's put the Yahoo email. Doesn't really matter. Hey there, this is a contact form. So I tried the live version and it doesn't work. Oh my god. 500. Let's do it again then. We need to. Oh, that's so bad. We need to check the logs. Let's go to functions. There was the log, but I don't know what functions. So go to functions, contact, see logs. So I can't solve the issue now. Too many problems. Something went wrong. Colleague request verification passed. That doesn't help. Probably because I'm not logging the original errors. Maybe some authentication problem. It's not getting the credential for some reason. I would put those in secret manager, man. Hold on a second. So we have to open email and we get only that something went wrong. That's no good. We need to log the original error. It's quite sure that is the credentials. Details, that's correct. Or we just give the error. The problem is that we need a new deployment. Just to test this, and locally it will fail as well. All right. That's it. It's like past 4 p.m. I really need to go lunch, have lunch, and then continue later. It's too late. Shall I wait till just this? To see the error, let's see the error. That shouldn't take too long, right? It will be credential problem, which we already saw them working, so probably doesn't retrieve them correctly. And I like those secret things. I can use the live secret manager also locally, or I can create a secret manager locally and then solve all these issues. I don't need environment variables. They're just secrets. And they are handled exactly in the same. I don't need any if for local environment or remote. Everything is same. That would be so much better. Let's create a ticket for that. Okay, this is done. Yeah? We successfully sent it. Maybe not on live, but locally. Yeah? Use this secret will solve the issue of making it work everywhere. Use secret manager to store um, Gmail username and password. That's the best thing to do, I'm pretty sure. Okay, especially after all these issues. So that's the deployment is still in progress. Um, how to run a secret manager? How to run secret manager in the local firebase emulator? My command line is now, or let's give it an example to start. I good, this is updating. Close all packages on quickly. This one. And yeah, that one. We don't need that anymore. Let's delete it now. Oops. And we don't need those anymore. Forgot those. These two, we don't need it. And if I click the other one, it will show the secret. So let me do it outside. Delete, move to trash. Excellent. Okay, that's good. Commit and push. What was the answer to that question? Uh, Functions. I think this is I didn't send the question. That's why. Because I noticed that I needed to change the command line. Okay. Mm, okay. Oh, mm, okay. I don't think we solved anything with this. What we just did log fmp. All right. So yeah, we'll continue. This is another hour or two. So I will continue after lunch. Bye.